Gonna try something different today. My cat decided to yodel with me. Yodel.
Everything it seemed just fine till the end of summertime. You would start to pull away in sadness. Let me hold you if you need. I could give the energy of a woman. If you wanna free your mind, baby, we could make that time. Don't you ever start to think how would that? I know that you don't cry, but I won't mind if you do. If you do, I know that you don't cry, but I won't mind if you do, if you need to. So tense and under pressure, you feel like we need much better. California dream house on the coast, always taking care of me. Darling, I have simple needs. Let me write a song so you can see. Let me hold you if you need. I could give the energy of a woman. If you wanna free your mind, baby, we could make that time. Don't you ever start to think how would that? I know that you don't cry, but I won't mind if you do. If you do, I know that you don't cry, but I won't mind if you do, if you need to. Oh, oh, oh,
Got lost again around 25th. No one saw me go. Damn, I made it out. I did what I was supposed to. Mother Nature couldn't tell if this is all a lie. I don't care. Oh well.
Hold me close, I'm wasting away. Hold me close, I'm too fucked to stand. Hold me close, I'm wasting away. Hold me close, I'm too fucked to stand. Hold me close, I'm wasting away. Hold me close, I'm too fucked to stand. Blank slate, big smile, nice pout, long hair. Toned by thick leg, full breast, blank stare. We've learned that this is what you want. We can't erase what we've been taught. Will you call me a girlfriend? I wanna be a princess. Will you call me a girlfriend? I wanna be a princess. Calm down, noisy. I am your precious possession. I'm so delicate. I need your protection. Pose in front of your new daddy. Stick my ass out for all it's worth. Stay like this till the great daddy. Dr. S, what's your self-esteem worth?
Okay. Still trying to figure that out. Sort of
I'm addicted to myself, I'm addicted to my wealth, I'm lying. I am your precious possession. Put your lens in my face, put your hands on my waist, put your lens in my face. I need your protection. I'm addicted to myself, I'm addicted to my wealth, I'm lying. I am your precious possession. Put your lens in my face, put your hands on my waist, put your lens in my face. I need your protection. I'm addicted to myself, I'm addicted to my wealth, I'm lying. I am your precious possession. Put your lens in my face, put your hands on my waist, put your lens in my face. I need your protection.
okay. Hello, everybody. Let me change the music. So that's something new. Let me turn it down just a little bit. Let me crop this a little bit better. But I'm gonna make this quick. Okay, that. I can. So we're doing something different today. We're gonna start reading since I hardly ever talk. Um, and it's a good way to sort of just get used to talking in general by reading out loud. And I can read stuff that interests me. So, without further ado, let's just read a little bit. Maybe I can get this cat. Oh, but anyway, this is a Michael Parenti book called Blackshirts and Reds. If you don't know, Michael Parenti is a left-wing communist that has a lot of really good takes, and he's a modern artist, a modern writer. He's slowly at this time he's declining in health. He has Alzheimer's, I believe, but he has done more to modern age leftist philosophy than most people that I can think of. You can say I'm wrong and give me some better resources. I'll read it and I'll make a note of it. And I can say my takes on it. This cat, it's just, he knows snow's coming. And that's sort of why I wanted to do something cozy. Is in the morning there's gonna be like really slushy snow, and it's not gonna like freeze for very long during the daytime. So it's gonna be more ice than snow. But he's an old boy just like me, and he can feel it in his bones. He's extremely needy. Let's see if I can do this with him. That's where he wants to. Okay, so this is his compilation of what he's read before. Okay, so or not what he's read before, what he's written. And he has quite a bit in the 70s where, if you know, there's the famous yellow tape. it was in, I think it was in 80s or just beginning of 1980. I don't remember. But as you can see, he talks about the media, politics, um, anti-imperialism, um, world politics, especially, and how imperialism has ruined a lot of other uh, politics and places other than America. So the subtext, rational fascism and the overthrow of communism. It talks about how our imperial state is fascist. And we're not the only ones, but we're one of the most prolific fascist states in the country, in the world. And we actively have sought to destroy communism. And I say we in the general text of Americans because I live in America. Okay, let's get started. I'm not going to read acknowledgments. I guess I'll read this. To the Reds and others, nameless heroes many, who resisted yesterday's Blackshirts and who continue to fight today's ruthless corporate stuff shirts. And to the memory of Sean Gervasi and Max Gundy, valued friends and warriors for social justice. I think that's Portuguese. Per chi conosce solo il tuo colore bandiera rosa, tu deve realmente esistere perché lui esista. Tu ci venti tante glorie, borghesi e alberi, ridiventa strascio, e il più provero ti sventoli. For him who knows only your color, red flag, you must really exist so that he may exist. You who have already achieved many bourgeois and working class glories, you become a rag again and the poorest wave you. Pier Paolo Pasolini. So, rational fascism is the first chapter. Fascism historically has been used to secure the interests of large capitalist interests against the demands of popular democracy. Then and now, fascism has made irrational mass appeals in order to secure rational ends of class domination. So let's start on. Okay, there's still more. This book invites those immersed in the prevailing orthodoxy of democratic capitalism to entertain iconoclastic views, to question the shibboleths of free markets, mythology, and the persistence of both right and left anti-communism, and to consider anew, with a receptive but not uncritical mind, the historic efforts of the much maligned Reds and other revolutionaries. The political orthodoxy that demonizes communism permeates in the entire political perspective. Even people on the left have internalized the liberal/conservative ideology that equates fascism and communism as equally evil totalitarian twins, two major mass movements of the 20th century. This book attempts to show the enormous differences between fascism and communism, both past and present, both in theory and practice, especially in regard to questions of social equality, private capital accumulation, and class interest. The orthodox mythology that would also have us believe that the Western democracies, with the United States leading the way, have opposed both totalitarian systems with equal vigor. In fact, U.S. leaders have been dedicated above all to making the world safe for global corporate investment and the private profit system. Pursuant of this goal, they have used fascism to protect capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. In the pages ahead, I discuss how capitalism propagates and profits from fascism, the value of revolution in the advancement of the human condition, the causes and effects of the destruction of communism, the continuing relevance of Marxism in class analysis, and the heartless nature of corporate class power. Um, so, for people who aren't familiar with politics in general, this is pretty heavy. Um, and if you are watching and you're overwhelmed, just tell me to stop and ask questions, and I can, in my best interpretation, uh, chunk it down so it's a lot more palatable. Um, Other than that, I have the chat in my side view, so go ahead and spam if I don't see it immediately, but let me know. So, over a century ago, in his great work Les Miserables, Victor Hugo asked, "Will the future arrive?" He was thinking of a future of social justice, free from the terrible shadows of oppression imposed by the few upon the great mass of humankind. Of late, some scribes have announced the end of history. With the overthrow of communism, the monumental struggle between alternative systems has ended. They say. Capitalism's victory is total. No great transformations are in the offing. The global free market is here to stay. What you see is what you're going to get, now and always. This time, the class struggle is definitely over. So Hugo's question is answered. The future has indeed arrived, though not the one he had hoped for. This intellectually anemic end of history theory has hailed as a brilliant exegesis and accorded a generous reception by commentators and reviewers of the corporate control of media. Basically, they agree with this. They are part of this. It served the official worldview perfectly well, saying what the higher circles had been telling us for generations, that the struggle between class is not an everyday reality, but an outdated notion. That untrammeled capitalism is here to stay, now and forever, that the future belongs to those who control the present. But the question we should really be asking is, do we have a future at all? More than ever, with the planet itself at stake, it becomes necessary to impose a reality check on those who would plunder our limited ecological resources in the pursuit of limitless profits. Those who would squander away our birthright and extinguish our liberties in the uncompromising pursuit of self-gain. History teaches us that all ruling elites try to portray themselves as the natural and durable social order, even ones that are in serious crisis that threaten to devour our environmental base in order to continually recreate their hierarchical structure of power and privilege. And all ruling elites are scornful and intolerant of alternative viewpoints. Truth is an uncomfortable venue for those who pretend to serve our society, while in fact serving only themselves at our expense. I hope this effort will chip away at the big lie. The truth may not set us free, as the Bible claims, but it is an important first step in that direction. So, with that, let me see if my filter will sound better. I have a pop filter. I don't really pronunciate my P's very well, but I also say my S's very strong. And I can hear it through my microphone, through my headset, which I don't have on, which makes it even worse. The other way. If anyone knows me personally, I like to take projects uh, to the next level beyond what I am capable of. So this is very heavy reading, and it's because I'm overambitious. Let's see how this works. Is this okay? Doesn't like to hold its own weight. Anyway, so do we want to just do rain sounds? Let me listen in on this. This sounds okay. Okay. I can hear my voice through the headphones, but I can't. I have my speakers on for just the campfire effects. I like this idea of a campfire, like the idea. Now, if it's too loud, which I think it is, okay. So, Chapter 1, Rational Fascism. While walking through New York's Little Italy, I passed a novelty shop that displayed posters and t-shirts of Benito Mussolini giving the fascist salute. When I entered the shop and asked the clerk why such items are being offered, he replied, "Well, some people like them, and maybe we need someone like Mussolini in this country." This comment was a reminder that fascism survives as something more than a historical curiosity. Worse than posters or t-shirts are the works by various writers bent on explaining Hitler. or reevaluating Franco, or in other ways sanitizing fascist history. In Italy during the 70s, there's emerged a veritable cottage industry of books and articles claiming that Mussolini was not only made the trains run on time, but also made Italy work well. All these publications, along with many conventional academic studies, have one thing in common. They say little, if anything, about the class policies of fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. How did these regimes deal with social services, taxes, businesses, and the conditions of labor? For those for whose benefit and at whose expense? Most of the literature on fascism and Nazism does not tell us. Plutocrats choose autocrats. Let us begin with a look at fascism's founder. Born in 1883, the son of a blacksmith, Benito Mussolini's early manhood was marked by street brawls, arrests, jailings, and violent radical political activities. Before World War I, Mussolini was a socialist, a brilliant organizer, agitator, and gifted journalist. He became editor of the Socialist Party's official newspaper. Yet many of his comrades suspected him of being less interested in advancing socialism than in advancing himself. Indeed, when the Italian upper class tempted him with recognition, financial support, and the promise of power, he did not hesitate to switch sides. By the end of World War I, Mussolini, the socialist who had organized strikes for workers and peasants, had become Mussolini, the fascist, who broke strikes on behalf of financiers and landowners. Using the huge sums he received from wealthy interests, he projected himself onto the national scene as the acknowledged leader of I Fasci di Combattimento, a movement composed of black-shirted ex-army officers and sundry trolls who were guided by no clear political doctrine other than the militaristic patriotism and conservative dislike for anything associated with socialism and organized labor. Does that sound familiar? The fascist Blackshirts spent their time attacking trade unionists, socialists, communists, and farm cooperatives. So, note 1. Among the thousands of titles that deal with fascism, there's a few worthwhile exceptions that do not evade questions of political economy and class power. For instance, Gaetano Salvini, under the Acts of Fascism, Daniel Guerin, Fascism and Big Business, James Poole and Suzanne Poole, Who Financed Hitler, Palmiro Togliatti, Lectures on Fascism, Franz Newman, Behemoth, R. Palme Duc, Fascism and Social Revolution. That's it. After World War I, Italy had settled into a pattern of parliamentary democracy. The low pay scales were improving, and the trains were already running on time. But the capitalist economy was in a post-war recession. Investment stagnated, heavy industry operated far below capacity, and corporate profits and agribusiness exports were declining. To maintain profit levels, the large landowners and industrialists would have to slash wages and raise prices. The state, in turn, would have to provide them with massive subsidies and tax exemptions. To finance this corporate welfareism, the populace would have to be taxed more heavily, and social services and welfare expenditures would have to be drastically cut. Measures that might sound familiar to us today. Let's change the music. This is weird. This is weird music. So, measures that might sound familiar to us. But the government was not completely free to pursue this course. By 1921, many Italian workers and peasants were unionized and had their own political organizations. With demonstrations, strikes, boycotts, factory takeovers, and the forcible occupation of farmlands, they had won the right to organize, along with concessions in wages and work conditions. To impose a full measure of austerity upon workers and peasants, the ruling economic interests would have to abolish the democratic rights that helped the masses defend their modest living standards. The solution was to smash their unions, political organizations, and civil liberties. Industrialists and landowners wanted someone at the helm that would break the power of organized workers and farm laborers to impose a stern order on the masses. For this task, Benito Mussolini, armed with his gang of Blackshirts, seemed the likely candidate. Between January and May 1921, the fascists destroyed 120 labor headquarters, attacked 243 socialist centers and other buildings, killed 202 workers, in addition to 44 killed by the police and gendarmerie, and wounded 1,144. During this time, 2,240 workers were arrested and only 162 fascists. In the 1921 through 22 period up to Mussolini's seizure of state power, 500 labor halls and co-op stores were burned, and 900 socialist municipalities were dissolved by debt, fascism, and social revolution. In 1922, the Federazione Industriale, composed of the leaders of industry, along with the representatives of banking and agribusiness associations, met with Mussolini to plan the March on Rome, contributing 20 million lire into the undertaking, which I believe is Italian dollars. With the additional backing of Italy's top military officers and police chiefs, the fascist revolution, really a coup d'etat, took place. Within 2 years of seizing state power, Mussolini had shut down all opposition newspapers and crushed the Socialist, Liberal, Catholic, Democratic, and Republican parties, which together had commanded some 80% of the vote. Labor leaders, peasant leaders, parliamentary delegates, and other critical of the new regime were beaten, exiled, or murdered by fascist terror squadristi. The Italian Communist Party endured the severest repression of all, yet managed to maintain a courageous underground resistance that eventually evolved into armed struggle against the Blackshirts and the German occupation force. In Germany, a similar pattern of complicity between fascists and capitalists emerged. German workers and farm laborers had won the right to unionize, the 8-hour day, and unemployment insurance. But to revive profit levels, heavy industry and big finance wanted wage cuts for their workers, and massive state subsidies and tax cuts for themselves. During the 1920s, the Nazis' Sturmabteilung, or SA, the brown-shirted stormtroopers, subsidized by business, were used mostly as an anti-labor paramilitary force whose function was to terrorize workers and farm laborers. By 1930, most of the tycoons had concluded that the Weimar Republic no longer served their needs and was too accommodating to the working class. They greatly increased their subsidies to Hitler, propelling the Nazi Party into the national stage. Business tycoons supplied the Nazis with generous funds for fleets of motor cars and loudspeakers to saturate the cities and villages of Germany, along with funds for Nazi Party organizations, youth groups, and paramilitary forces. In the July 1932 campaign, Hitler had sufficient funds to fly to 50 cities in the last 2 weeks. In the same campaign, the Nazis received 37.3% of the vote, the highest they ever won in a democratic national election. They never had a majority of the people on their side. To the extent that they had any kind of reliable base, it was generally among the more affluent members of society. In addition, elements of the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariats served as a strong arm party thugs, organized into the SA stormtroopers. But the great majority of the organized working class, supported by the communists or social democrats, very but the great majority of the organized working class supported the communists or social democrats to the very end. In the December 1932 election, three candidates ran for president: conservative incumbent Field Marshal von Hindenburg, the Nazi candidate Adolf Hitler, and the Communist Party candidate Ernst Thälmann. In his campaign, Thälmann argued that a vote for Hindenburg amounted to a vote for Hitler, and that Hitler would lead Germany into war. The bourgeois press, including the Social Democrats, denounced this view as Moscow inspired. Hindenburg was re-elected while Nazis dropped approximately 2 million votes in the Reichstag election, as compared to their peak of over 13.7 million. True to form, the Social Democrat leaders refused the Communist Party's proposal to form an 11th hour coalition against Nazis. As in many other countries, past and present, so in Germany, the Social Democrats would sooner ally themselves with the reactionary right than make common cause with the Reds. Meanwhile, a number of right-wing parties coalesced behind the Nazis, and in January 1933, just weeks after election, Hindenburg invited Hitler to become chancellor. So no. Earlier in 1924, Social Democratic officials in the Ministry of Interior used Reichswehr and Free Corps fascist paramilitary troops to attack left-wing demonstrators. They imprisoned 7,000 workers and suppressed Communist Party supporters. Upon assuming state power, Hitler and his Nazis pursued a political economic agenda not unlike Mussolini's. They crushed organized labor and eradicated all elections, opposition parties, and independent publications. Hundreds of thousands of opponents were imprisoned, tortured, or murdered. In Germany, as in Italy, the communists endured the severest political repression of all groups. Here were two peoples, the Italians and the Germans, with different histories, cultures, and languages, and supposedly different temperaments, who ended up with the same repressive solutions because of the compelling similarities of economic power and class conflict that prevailed in their respective countries. In such diverse countries as Lithuania, Croatia, Romania, Hungary, and Spain, a similar fascist pattern emerged to do its utmost to save big capital from the impositions of democracy. So whom did the fascists support? There is vast literature on who supported the Nazis, but relatively little known on who the Nazis supported as they came. This is in keeping with the tendency of conventional scholarship to avoid the entire subject of capitalism whenever something unfavorable might be said about it. Whose interest did Mussolini and Hitler support? In both Italy in the 1920s and Germany in the 1930s, old industrial evils, thought to have passed permanently into history, re-emerged as the conditions of labor deteriorated precipitously. In the name of saving society from the Red Menace, unions and strikes were outlawed. Union property and farm cooperatives were confiscated and handed over to rich private owners. Minimum wage laws, overtime pay, and factory safety regulations were abolished. In the note, this is not to gainsay that cultural differences can lead to important variations. Consider, for instance, the horrific role played by anti Semitism in Nazi Germany as compared to Fascist Italy. Speed ups became commonplace. Dismissals or imprisonment awaited those workers who complained about unsafe or inhumane work conditions. Workers toiled longer hours for less pay. The already modest wages were severely cut. In Germany by 25 to 40%, in Italy by 50%. In Italy, child labor was reintroduced. To be sure, a few breadcrumbs were thrown into the populace. There were free concerts and sporting events, some meager social programs, a dole for the unemployed financed mostly by contributions from the working people, and showy public works projects designed to evoke civic pride. Both Mussolini and Hitler showed their gratitude to their big business patrons by privatizing many perfectly solvent state owned steel mills, power plants, banks, and steamship companies. Both regimes dipped heavily into the public treasury to refloat or subsidize heavy industry. Agribusiness farming was expanded and heavily subsidized. Both states guaranteed a on the capital invested by giant corporations while assuming most of the risks and loss on investments. As is often the case with reactionary regimes, public capital was raided by private capital. Does that also sound familiar? At the same time, taxes were increased for the general populace but lowered or eliminated for the rich and big business. Inheritance taxes on the wealthy were greatly reduced or abolished altogether. The result of all this? In Italy during the 30s, the economy was gripped by recession, a staggering public debt, and widespread corruption. But industrial profits rose, and the armament factories busily rolled out weapons in preparation for war to come. In Germany, unemployment was cut in half, with a considerable expansion of armament jobs, but overall poverty increased because of the drastic wage cuts. And from 1935 to 1943, industrial profits increased substantially, while the net income of corporate leaders climbed 46%. During the radical 1930s in the United States, Great Britain, and Scandinavia, upper income groups experienced a modest decline in their share of the national income. But in Germany, the top 5% enjoyed a 15% gain. Despite this record, most writers have ignored fascism's close collaboration with big business. Some even argued that business was not a beneficiary, but a victim of fascism. Angelo Codevilla, a Hoover Institute conservative scribe, blithely announced, "If fascism means anything, it means government ownership and control of business." Commentary. Thus, fascism is misrepresented as a mutant form of socialism. In fact, if fascism means anything, it means all-out government support for business and severe repression of anti-business, pro-labor forces. Is fascism merely a dictatorial force in the service of capitalism? That may not be all it is, but that certainly is an important part of fascism's raison d'etre, the function Hitler himself kept referring to when he talked about saving the industrialists and bankers from Bolshevism. It is a subject that deserves far more attention than it has received. While the fascists might have believed that they were saving the plutocrats from the Reds, in fact, the revolutionary left was never strong enough to take state power in either Italy or Germany. Popular forces, however, were strong enough to cut into profit rates and interfere with the capital accumulation process. This frustrated capitalism's attempt to resolve its internal contradictions by shifting more and more of its costs onto the backs of the working populace. Revolution or no revolution, this democratic working class resistance was troublesome to the moneyed interests. Along with serving the capitalists, fascist leaders served themselves, getting in on the money Their personal greed and their class loyalties were two sides of the same coin. Mussolini and his cohorts lived lavishly, avoiding within the higher circles of wealth and aristocracy. Nazi officials and SS commanders amassed personal fortunes by plundering conquered territories and stealing from concentration camp inmates and other political victims. Huge amounts were made from the secretly owned, well-connected businesses and from contracting out camp slave labor to industrial firms like IG Farben and Krupp. Hitler is usually portrayed as an ideological fanatic, uninterested in crass material things. In fact, he accumulated an immense fortune, much of it in questionable ways. He expropriated artworks from the public domain. He stole enormous sums from Nazi party coffers. He invented a new concept called the personality that enabled him to charge a small fee for every postage stamp with his picture, a venture that made him hundreds of millions of marks. The greatest source of Hitler's wealth was a secret slush fund to which leading German industrialists regularly donated. Hitler knew that as long as German industry was making money, his private money sources would be inexhaustible. Thus, he'd see to it that German industry was never better off than under his rule, by launching, for one thing, gigantic armament projects, or what we would today call fat defense contracts. Far from the ascetic, Hitler lived self-indulgent. During his entire tenure in office, he got special rulings from the German tax office that allowed him to avoid paying income or property taxes. He had a motor pool of limousines, private apartments, country homes, a vast staff of servants, and a majestic estate in the Alps. His happiest times were spent entertaining European loyalty, including the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, who numbered among his enthusiastic admirers. So kudos for Adolf and Benito. Italian fascism and German Nazism has their admirers within the U.S. business community and corporate press. Bankers, publishers, and industrialists, including the likes of Henry Ford, traveled to Rome and Berlin to pay homage, receive medals, and strike profitable deals. Many did their utmost to advance the Nazi war effort, sharing military industrial secrets and engaging in secret transactions with the Nazi government, even after the United States entered the war. During the 1920s and 30s, major publications like Fortune, the Wall Street Journal, Saturday Evening Post, New York Times, Chicago Tribune, and the Christian Science Monitor hailed Mussolini as the man who rescued Italy from anarchy and radicalism. They spun Raphostic fantasies that a resurrected Italy, where poverty and exploitation had suddenly disappeared, where Reds had been vanquished, harmony reigned, and Blackshirts protected a new democracy. The Italian language press in the United States eagerly joined the chorus. The two most influential newspapers, l'Italia of San Francisco, financed largely by A.P. Giannini's Bank of America, and Il Progresso of New York, owned by multimillionaire Generoso Pope, looked favorably on the fascist regime and suggested that the United States could benefit from a similar social order. Some dissenters refused to join the "We Adore Benito" chorus. The nation reminded its leaders that Mussolini was not saving democracy, but destroying it. Progressive of all stripes and various labor leaders denounced fascism, but the critical sentiments received little exposure in the U.S. corporate media. As with Mussolini, so with Hitler. The press did not look too unkindly upon their Führer's Nazi dictatorship. There was a strong "give Adolf a chance" contingent, some of it greased by Nazi money. In exchange for more positive coverage of the Hearst newspapers, for instance, the Nazis paid almost 10 times the standard subscription rate for Hearst's INS wire service. In return, William Randolph Hearst instructed his correspondents in Germany to file friendly reports about Hitler's regime. Those who refused were transferred or fired. Hearst newspapers even opened their pages to occasional guest columns by prominent Nazi leaders like Alfred Rosenberg and Hermann Göring. By the mid to late 1930s, Italy and Germany, allied with Japan, another industrial lake, were aggressively seeking a share of the world's markets and colonial booty, as expansionism that brought them increasingly into conflict with more established Western capitalist nations like Great Britain, France, and the United States. As the clouds of war gathered, U.S. press opinion about the Axis powers took on a decisively critical tone. The national use of irrational ideology. Some writers stress the irrational features of fascism. By doing so, they overlook the rational political economic functions that fascism performs. Much of the politics is the rational manipulation of irrational symbols. Certainly, this is true of fascist ideology, whose emotive appeals have served as a class control function. First, there was the cult of the leader in Italy, Il Duce in Germany, Der Führerprinzip. With leader worship, there came an idolatry of the state. As Mussolini wrote, the fascist conception of life stresses the importance of the state, and accepts the individual only insofar as his interests coincide with those of the state. Fascism preaches the authoritarian rule of an all-encompassing state and a supreme leader. It extols the harsher human impulses of conquest and domination, while rejecting egalitarianism, democracy, collectivism, and pacifism as doctrines of weakness and decadence. A dedication to peace, Mussolini wrote, is hostile to fascism. Perpetual peace, as he claimed in 1934, is a depressing doctrine. Only in cruel struggle and conquest do men or nations achieve their highest realization. Though words are beautiful things, he asserted, rifles, machine guns, planes, and cannons are still more beautiful. And on another occasion he wrote, "War alone puts a stamp of nobility upon the peoples who have the courage to meet." Ironically, most Italian army conscripts had no stomach for Mussolini's wars, tending to remove themselves from battle once they discovered that the other side was using live ammunition. Fascist doctrine stresses monistic values. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer, one people, one rule, one leader. The people are no longer to be concerned with class divisions, but must see themselves as part of a harmonious whole, rich and poor as one, a view that supports the economic status quo by cloaking the ongoing system of class exploitation. This is in contrast to a left agenda that advocates the articulation of popular demands and a sharpened awareness of social injustice and class struggle. This monism is buttressed by atavistic appeals to the mythical roots of the people. For Mussolini, it was the grandeur that was Rome. For Hitler, it was ancient Volk. A play written by pro-Nazi Hans Jorst, entitled Schlager, and performed widely throughout Germany soon after the Nazis seized power. Hitler attended the opening night in Berlin. It pits Volk mysticism against class politics. The enthusiastic August is talking about his father, Schneider. August, you won't believe it, Papa, but the young people won't pay much attention to these old slogans anymore. The class struggle is dying out. Schneider, So, and what do you have then? August. The Volt Community. Schneider. And that's a slogan? August. No, it's an experience. Schneider. My God. Our class struggle, our strikes, they weren't an experience, huh? Socialism, the international, they were fantasies maybe? August. They were necessary, but they are historical experiences. Schneider. So, in the future, therefore, we'll have your Volt community. Tell me, how do you actually envision it? Poor, rich, healthy, upper, lower, all this ceases with the UA? August. Look, Papa. Upper, lower, poor, rich, that always exists. It is the only it is only the importance of one places on that question that's decisive. To us, life is not chopped up into working hours and furnished with price charts. Rather, we believe in human existence as a whole. None of us regards making money as the most important thing. We want to serve. The individual is a corpuscle in the bloodstream of his people. The son's comments are revealing. The class struggle is dying out. Papa's concern about the abuses of class power and class injustices is facilely dismissed as just a frame of mind with no objective reality. It is even falsely equated with crass concern for money. None of us regard making money as important. Presumably, matters of wealth are to be left with those who have it. We have something better, August is saying, a totalistic, monastic experience as a people, all of us, rich and poor, working together for some greater glory. Conveniently overlooked is how the glorious sacrifices are borne by the poor for the benefit of the rich. The position enunciated that play in another Nazi propaganda does not reveal an indifference to class. Quite the contrary. It represents a keen awareness of class interests, a well-engineered effort to mask and mute the strong class consciousness that existed among workers in Germany. In the crafty denial, we often find the hidden admission. How we doing so far? We're all good? My throat's getting sore, but I am determined to finish this chapter. Okay. Patriarchy and pseudo-revolution. Fascism's national chauvinism, racism, sexism, and patriarchal values are also served a conservative class interest. Fascist doctrine, especially the Nazi variety, makes an explicit commitment to racial supremacy. Human attributes, including class status, are said to be inherited through blood. One's position in the social structure is taken as a measure of one's innate nature. Genetics and biology are marshaled to justify the existing class structure, not unlike the academic racists today are doing with their bell curve theories and warmed over eugenics claptrap. And if you think this is probably the 70s when he wrote this book, that's over, it's not. Along with race and class inequality, fascism supports homophobia and sexual inequality. Among Nazism's earliest victims were a group of Nazi homosexuals, leaders of the SA stormtroopers. When complaints about the openly homosexual behavior of SA leader Ernst Röhm and some of his brown-shirted stormtroopers continued to reach Hitler after he seized power, he issued an official statement contending that the issue belonged purely to the private domain, and that an SA officer's private life cannot be an object of scrutiny unless it conflicts with the basic principles of the National Socialist ideology. The paramilitary SA have been used to win the battle of the streets against trade unionists and Reds. The stormtroopers acted as a pseudo-revolutionary force that appealed to mass grievances with a rhetorical condemnation of finance capital. When SA membership skyrocketed, to 3 million in 1933. This was too discomforting to the industrial barons and the military patricians. SA street brawlers who denounced bourgeois decadence and now calling for sharing the wealth and completing the Nazi revolution would have to be dealt with. Having used the SA to take state power, Hitler then used the state to neutralize the SA. Now suddenly Rome's homosexuality did conflict with the National Socialist ideology. In truth, the SA had to be decapitated, not because its leaders were homosexual, though that was the reason given, but because it threatened to turn into a serious problem. Rome and about 300 other SA members were executed, not all of whom were gay. Among the victims was veteran Nazi propagandist Gregor Strasser, who was suspected of leftist leanings. Of course, many Nazis were virulently homophobic. One of the most powerful of all SS leader Heinrich Himmler saw homosexuals as a threat to the German manhood and moral fiber of Teutonic peoples, for a homosexual sissy would not procreate or make a good soldier. Himmler's homophobia and sexism came together when he announced, if a man just looks at a girl in America, he can be forced to marry her or pay damages. Therefore, men protect themselves in the USA by turning to homosexuals. Women in the USA are like battle axes. They hack away at males. If only that were true. Thus spoke one of the great minds of Nazism. In time, Himmler succeeded with the extending of the oppression of gays beyond the SA leadership. Thousands of gay civilians perished in SS concentration camps. In societies throughout the ages, if able to find the opportunity, women have attempted to limit the number of children they bear. This poses a potential problem for fascist patriarchy that needs vast numbers of soldiers and armament workers. Women are less able to assert their procreative rights if kept subservient and dependent. So fascist ideology extolled patriarchal authority. Every man must be a husband, a father, and a soldier, Ildus said. Woman's greatest calling was to cultivate her domestic virtues, devotedly tending to the needs of her family while bearing as many offspring for the state as she could. Patriarchal ideology was linked to conservative class ideology that saw all forms of social equality as a threat to hierarchical control and privilege. The patriarchy buttressed the plutocracy. If women get out of line, what will happen to the family? And if the family goes, the entire social structure is threatened. What then will happen to the state and the dominant class's authority, privileges, and wealth? The fascists were big on what today is called family values, though most of the top Nazi leaders would hardly be described as devoted family men. In Nazi Germany, racism and anti-Semitism served to misdirect legitimate grievances toward convenient scapegoats. Anti-Semitic propaganda was cleverly tailored to appeal to different audiences. Super patriots were told that the Jew was an alien internationalist. Unemployed workers were told that their nemesis was a Jewish capitalist and Jewish banker. For debtor farmers, it was the Jewish usurer. For the middle class, it was the Jewish union leader and Jewish communist. Here again, we have consciously and rational use of irrational images. The Nazis might have been crazy, but they were not stupid. What distinguishes fascism from ordinary right-wing patriarchal autocracies is the way it attempts to cultivate a revolutionary army. Fascism offers a beguiling mix of revolutionary-sounding mass appeals and reactionary class politics. The Nazi Party's full name was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, a left-sounding name. As already noted, the SA stormtroopers had a militant share the wealth strain in their marks that was suppressed by Hitler after he took state power. Both the Italian fascists and the Nazis made conscious effort to steal the left's thunder. There were mass mobilizations, youth organizations, work brigades, rallies, parades, banners, symbols, and slogans. There was much talk about a Nazi revolution that would revitalize society, sweeping away the old order and building the new. For this reason, mainstream writers feel free to treat fascism and communism as totalitarian twins. It is a case of reducing essence to form. The similarity in form is taken as reason enough to blur the vast difference in actual class content. Writers like A. James Gregor and William Ebenstein, countless Western political leaders, and others who supposedly are the democratic left, regularly lump fascism with communism. Thus, Noam Chomsky claims the rise of corporations was in fact a manifestation of the same phenomena that led to fascism and Bolshevism, which sprang out of the same totalitarian soil. But in Italy and Germany of that day, most workers and peasants paid a firm distinction between fascism and communism, as did industrialists and bankers who supported fascism out of fear and hatred of communism, a judgment based largely on class realities. Years ago, I used to say that fascism never succeeded in solving the irrational contradictions of capitalism. Today, I'm of the opinion that it did accomplish that goal, but only for capitalists, not for the populace. Fascism never intended to offer a social solution that would serve the general populace, only a reactionary one, forcing all the burdens and losses onto the working public. Divested of its ideological and organizational paraphernalia, fascism is nothing more than a final solution to the class struggle, the totalistic submergence and exploitation of the democratic forces for the benefit and profit of higher financial circles. Fascism is a false revolution. It cultivates the appearance of popular politics in a revolutionary aura without offering a genuine revolutionary class content. It propagates a new order while serving the same old money interest. Its leaders are not guilty of confusion but of deception. They work hard to mislead the public. That they work hard to mislead the public does not mean they themselves are misled. Friendly to fascism. One of the things conveniently overlooked by mainstream writers is the way Western capitalist states have cooperated with fascism. In his collaborationist efforts, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain was positively cozy with the Nazis. He and many of his class saw Hitler as a bulwark against communism in Germany and Nazi Germany as a bulwark against communism in Europe. After World War II, the Western capitalist allies did little to eradicate fascism from Germany or Italy, except for putting some of the top leaders on trial in Nuremberg. By 1947, German conservatives began to depict the Nuremberg prosecutors as dupes of the Jews and communists. In Italy, the strong partisan movement that has waged an armed struggle against fascism was soon treated as suspect and unpatriotic. Within a year after the war, almost all Italian fascists were released from prison, while hundreds of communists and other leftist partisans who had been fighting the Nazi occupation were jailed. History was turned on its head, transforming the Blackshirts into victims and the Reds into criminals. Allied authorities assisted in these measures. Under protection of the U.S. occupation authorities, the police, courts, military, security agencies, and bureaucracy remained largely staffed by those who have served the former fascist regimes or by their ideological recruits, as is true to this day. The perpetrators of the Holocaust murdered 6 million Jews, 500,000 gypsies. That's a slur, but Roma. Thousands of homosexuals, several million Ukrainians, Russians, Poles, and others, and got away with it. In good part because the very people who were supposed to investigate these crimes were themselves complicit. In comparison, when the communists took over in East Germany, They removed some 80% of the judges, teachers, and officials for their Nazi collaboration. They imprisoned thousands, and they executed 600 Nazi party leaders for war crimes. They would have shot more of the war criminals had they not so many fled to the protective embrace of the West. What happened to the U.S. businesses that collaborated with fascism? The Rockefeller family's Chase National Bank used its Paris office in Vichy, France to help launder German money to facilitate Nazi international trade during the war, and did so with complete impunity. Corporations like DuPont, Ford, General Motors, and ITT owned factories in enemy countries that produced fuel tanks and planes that wreaked havoc on Allied forces. After the war, instead of being prosecuted for treason, ITT collected $27 million from the U.S. government for war damages inflicted on its German plants by Allied bombings. General Motors collected over $33 million. Pilots were given instructions not to hit factories in Germany that were owned by U.S. firms. Thus, Cologne was almost leveled by Allied bombing, but its Ford plant, providing military equipment for the Nazi army, was untouched. Indeed, German civilians began using the plant as an air raid shelter. For decades, U.S. leaders have done their part in keeping Italian fascism alive. From 1945 to 1975, U.S. government agencies gave an estimated $75 million to right-wing organizations in Italy, including some with close ties to the neo-fascist Movimento Sociale Italiano, the MSI. In 1975, then Secretary of State Henry Kissinger met with MSI leader Giorgio Almirante in Washington to discuss what alternatives might be considered should the Italian communists win the elections and take control of the government. Hundreds of Nazi war criminals found a haven in the United States, either living in comfortable anonymity or actively employed by the U.S. intelligence agencies during the Cold War and otherwise enjoying the protection of high-placed individuals. Some of them found their way into the Republican National Campaign Committees of Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and George Bush. In Italy from 1969 to 1974, high-ranking elements in Italian military intelligence and civilian intelligence agencies, members of the P2, a secret lodge of upper-class reactionaries, pro-fascist Vatican officials, and top military brass, and Gladio, a NATO-inspired anti-communist mercenary force, embarked upon a concerted campaign of terror and sabotage known as the Strategy of Tension. Other participants included a secret neo-fascist group called the Ordine Nuovo, NATO officials, members of the Carabinieri, mafia bosses, 30 generals, 8 admirals, and influential Freemasons like Licio Gelli, a fascist war criminal recruited by U.S. intelligence in 1944. The terrorism was aided and abetted by the international security apparatus, including the CIA. In 1995, the CIA refused to cooperate with an Italian parliamentary commission investigating the strategy of tension. The terrorist conspirators carried out a series of kidnappings, assassinations, and bombing massacres, including the explosion that killed 85 people and injured some 200, many seriously, in the Bologna train station in August 1990. As subsequent judicial investigations concluded, the strategy of tension was not a simple product of neo-fascism, but the consequence of a larger campaign conducted by state security forces against the growing popularity of the Democratic Parliamentary. The objective was to combat, by any means necessary, the electoral gains of the Italian Communist Party, and create enough fear and terror in the population so as to undermine the multi-party social democracy and replace it with an authoritarian presidential republic, or in any case, a stronger and more stable executive. In the 1980s, scores of people were murdered in Germany, Belgium, and elsewhere in Western Europe by extreme rightists and state security agencies. These acts of terrorism went mostly unreported in the U.S. corporate owned media. As with the earlier strategy of tension in Italy, the attacks were designated to create enough popular fear and uncertainty as to undermine the existing social democracies. Authorities in these Western European countries and the United States have done little to expose neo Nazi networks. As the whiffs of fascism develop into undeniable stench, we are reminded of Hitler's progeny are still with us, and they have dangerous links with each other and within the security agencies of Western capitalist nations. In Italy, in 1944, the national elections were won by the National Alliance, a broadened version of the neo-fascist MSI, in coalition with the League of Northern Separatists and Forza Italia, a quasi-fascist movement headed by industrialist and media tycoon Silvio Berlusconi. The National Alliance played on resentments regarding unemployment, taxes, and immigration. It called for a single tax rate for rich and poor alike, school vouchers, and stripping away of the social benefits and privatization of most services. The Italian neo-fascists were learning from the U.S. reactionaries how to achieve fascism's class goals with the confines of quasi-democratic forms. Use an upbeat, Reaganist optimism. Replace the jackbooted militarists with media-hype crowd pleasers. Convince people that government is the enemy, especially its social service sector, while strengthening the repressive capacities of the state. Instigate racist hostility and antagonisms between the resident population and immigrants. Preach the mythical virtues of free market and pursue tax and spending measures that redistribute income. Conservatives in Western nations utilize diluted forms of fascist mass appeal. In the USA, they propagate populist-sounding appeals to the ordinary middle American, while quietly pressing for measures that serve the interests of the wealthiest individuals and corporations. In 1996, right-wing Speaker of the House of Representatives Newt Gingrich, while proffering a new rollback agenda that supposedly would revitalize all of society, announced, "I am a genuine revolution." Whether in Italy, Germany, or the United States, or any other country, when the right offers a new revolution or a new order, it is in the service of the same old money interests, leading down that well-trodden road of reaction and repression that so many world countries have been forced to take, the road those at the top want us all to travel. And that's the end of chapter 1. So, we're going to move on from this to Valheim, but I'm going to take a break, probably like 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll see you then. Well, I'm back. Need a little cozier lighting for Valheim. I don't know. See what I quit. So maybe we'll do the little beer god. I think that's the first one. Or is it the board? I need shoes. Look at those buttons. So I need bone fragments. I'll put my old. I need to make those. I don't think I can get bone fragments until I defeat the boar god. Okay. Wait, do I want to do the boar? Okay, this is where we hang the heads up after we defeated them. Hunt his kin. And that's the deer. barely hurting me. Oh, I killed him! Hell yeah. This is awesome. Return the sacrificial stones with your forsaken trophy and offer it as a sacrifice to make the gods smile upon you. Okay. Ooh, that was nice though. 8 hard antler. I think that's when I can make my pickaxe. Alright. Take some berries on the way. Oh, we got a rough. I mean, I am sniping these guys. Oh my god. I am good at this bow. That would have helped. I need more tail meat. Which one? His antlers are branches of iron. They crack the rocks and bring down mountains. His hooves are the sound of thunder. His voice a howling. Oops. My ability to run and jump is approved, and I have a power to activate. I really love that color coming out of it. You've been granted the power of Eikthyr. Use it in times of need. Your next target dwells in the Black Forest. Go there, explore the lands, and uncover the lost treasures and resources. The Elder awaits. Am I building a new base in the Black Forest? And I got that trophy. I know I had another weapon. Not too far from my doesn't it look nice in the dream of a great tree reaching out through the night. One half of it is this might be another level. I might as well put um, a raft. I think I want to put the raft on this side because it looks more open. And that means I might put a door. That might make more sense. Okay, that works. Okay. This is probably pretty tedious. And I need to find a way to build ground. Now I need to find. This could work as the dog. And it's just like a thorough. That actually sounds good. Okay. I'll turn this island into a little throwaway. Let's. I wonder if I can dig underneath the tree and it'll. Well, It would be cool if the whole this building and this ended up being a little shelter too. That would be pretty. I need to put a craft station here. Damn it. Oops. upgrade anything. How much wood do I have? No. Let's go ahead and axe down these trees. Oh, that one beech tree is going to be in the way. Why is it not floating? Oh, come on. Let me on my island I built. Jeez. Good job. For anyone who's just coming in, I'm leveling this island so I can make a giant house with a little bridge in the middle. And I sort of want this to be the hub of a exploring little thing where I have a raft and eventually a boat. Anyway, I think we're good. Just want it to be a little even. It's a bit. go to sleep. Alright. Come on. So we're pretty much in. Let's go ahead. Why do I not have any wood? And why do I have to? Am I over? Good. Where's the... Forsaken Power. Okay, so it's F. Now let's do some more building. Oh, hey there. That was just way too many all at once. think I'm doing pretty good so far. Oh, well, have any- finicky. Let's go get some more wood. It's looking good so far. Oops. Didn't. More chocolate. Oh, I'll take it. think we got plenty of supplies to upgrade one of our. Am I going the right way? To upgrade one of our workstations. Still need 3 more deer hides. Which I think I can get pretty easy. Okay, that works. And put 45-inch beams. You know what? We're going to do vertical beams first. That should be enough. Okay. It keeps freezing up. I swear I don't like this. it's just. I thought it was smoking out my house somehow. Oh yeah, I haven't. Now I need more leather scraps. And time for another leather. Hmm. Okay. So this one, I do an inverted. Oscar, go make stuff. It's a. It's just a. I'm not. I'm a big bitch. Seriously, let me up. This bitch. whole time, just 3 scraps. Okay, I'm gonna make my way back. Just clear some saplings. I'll do. We've been at this for a while. I'm starting to get tired. Let's cook this meat. Go to bed. That's all I'm gonna do. All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap it up for. But it's been fun. I sort of liked reading out loud. It did help increase my confidence. Um, Other than that, we're good to go. And I'll talk to y'all later.